Good evening, ladies and gentlebots. Welcome to the Machinist M stream. Thank you for joining me tonight. We're going to start off with a little bit of YouTube, and then dive back into Pragmata and delve the mysteries of the moon. So without further ado, let's move on to the first thing. Checking in on the local Sloptometrist, or somebody who's looking for this local Sloptometrist. This is a video by Ked Jisan, and it's about everybody's favorite AI plot maker, Skyebrows.
You better watch out, you don't really know who you're dealing with.
Oh, really? And who exactly are we dealing with?
They call me the Sloptometrist, so clean I put my mom in this. Diagnose your canvas quick, digitally anonymous. My prompts say epic masterpiece, get six-finger apocalypse. So I curate the chaos, turn fragments into dominance. I'm prompt, accountant, audit like HR block. If it's janky, if it's busted, I don't hesitate to chop. I generate, regenerate, till the magic finally hits. Iteration with intent, every pass deliberate. You say AI is slop, that's a tired proclamation. You erase your own sketches, manual manipulation. I keep generating visions, this ain't just simple scribble. You gatekeep loud, too much noise, no signal. Sometimes features glitch, yeah, the outputs get strange. But perfection needs direction, there's still skill in the chain. I'm evolving with the tools, that's the nature of creation. You're stuck romanticizing one stale implementation. Go ahead, pick it up, watch the whole room shift.
I'm sure this is a cameo of a bunch of people. No, nobody.
Ain't the pencil, it's the panic that you lost your grip. Every gate gonna rust, every wall gonna crack. Future don't ask permission, it just don't look back. Go ahead, pick it up, watch the whole room shift. Ain't the pencil, it's the panic that you lost your grip. Every gate gonna rust, every wall gonna crack. Future don't ask permission, it just don't look back. Gatekeeper with a complex, terrified of replacement. Call it protecting the craft, I call simple desperation. Go ahead, pick it up, bet I picked it up quick. Found your whole identity attached to a stick. You pencil purist, panic, clutching graphite like religion. Whole identity collapse, the second tech up in the vision. Act like callous fingertips, so what makes you better? Spend a decade on anatomy, need to outsource your letters. Talking grit like suffering is what make you elite. But the scene chose evolution, left you in the street. You blame pixels for the shift, cause your style hit a ceiling. Matter prompt can get reactions that your art never yielded. Now the future at the door and you can't stop what it built. So you swing at every tool while the world move without guilt. It ain't prompts, it ain't pencils, it ain't code I defend. It's the mind that directs where art begins and ends. Go ahead, pick it up, yeah, grip it real tight. Whole world changed while you was worshiping the fight. You can rage at the wave, you can drown in the past, but the ones who adapt, they the ones built to last. Go ahead, pick it up, watch the whole room shift. Ain't the pencil, it's the panic that you lost your grip. Every gate gonna rust, every wall gonna crack. Future don't ask permission, it just don't look back. Go ahead, pick it up, watch the whole room shift. Ain't the pencil, it's the panic that you lost your grip. Every gate gonna rust, every wall gonna crack. Future don't ask permission, it just don't look back. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So all made with Grok Imagine and Sea Dance, I think. I think Sea Dance does the really nice visual stuff, and Grok does the kind of janky visual stuff. So this could be Sea Dance.
Masterpiece, get six-finger apocalypse. So I curate the chaos, turn fragments into dominance. I'm prompt.
I really hope we get the rest of Mama Brow's three-piece thing from Skyebrows soon. Hopefully that's what he's been working on, because I haven't seen anything from Skyebrows for a month or so. And he was being pretty consistent, at least once a week or every couple weeks. So, but seeing his previous stuff, the boy's been cooking, and the eating's probably going to be good. But this is definitely from Grok.
Accountant, audit like HR Block. If it's janky, if it's busted, I don't hesitate to chop. I generate, regenerate, till the magic finally hits. Iteration with intent, every pass deliberate. You say AI is slop, that's a tired proclamation. You erase your own sketches, manual manipulation. I keep generating visions, this ain't just simple scribble. You gatekeep loud, too much noise, no signal. Sometimes features glitch, yeah, the outputs get strange, but
Just taking in the everything. Like it's amazing what can be generated. I'd love to see what the prompts look like for stuff like this.
needs direction, there's no skill in the chain. I'm evolving with the tools, that's the nature of creation. You're stuck romanticizing one stale implementation. Go ahead, pick it up, watch the whole room shift. Ain't the pencil, it's the panic that you lost your
Skyebrows cinematic collaborators? Yeah, like I said, I don't know who anyone is.
drift. Every gate gonna rust, every wall gonna crack. Future don't ask permission, it just don't look back. Go ahead, pick it up, watch the whole room shift. Ain't the pencil, it's the panic that you lost your grift. Every gate gonna rust, every wall gonna crack.
This is Sea Dance, I think. Pretty sure. Fairy girls looking pretty fine.
With a complex, terrified of replace.
Holy ball. Dropping the holy moves.
Call it protecting the craft. I call simple desperation. Go ahead, pick it up. Bet I picked it. The future at the door, and you can't stop what it built. So you swing at every tool while the world move without guilt. It ain't prompts, it ain't pencils, it ain't code I defend. It's the mind.
Like, he's right. The AI stuff is still driven by human imagination. It's just all these people who think, oh, it's slop, it's nothing, it's wah. They're feeling threatened because they've spent lots of time, probably lots of money, on a art degree that they're failing to utilize. And the AI gen revolution just put graphical capability into the hands of anyone who can write a proper prompt. And it's the prompts are very important. You need to know how not only to communicate that idea to other people, you need to be able to communicate it to a computer to hallucinate what you want properly. And things are getting better as the models become deeper and deeper, train on more and more data. But it still takes forethought to convey what's in your brain to what can go out to other people's eyeballs. I gotta wonder if the little pink-haired gremlin is a Pocket Iron Mouse in her recent little crash out there.
You can drown in the past, but the ones who adapt, they the ones built to last. Go ahead, pick it up, watch the whole room shift. Ain't the pencil, it's the panic that you lost your grift. Every gate gonna rust, every wall gonna crack. Future don't ask permission.
Another grok.
Go ahead, pick it up, watch the whole room shift. Ain't the pencil, it's the panic that you lost your grift. Every gate.
And it's spaghetti for some reason. I'm wondering if it's referencing, well, one, there's that whole, the original quotes original thing was the Will Smith eating spaghetti was a test prompt, and I guess spaghetti has been is one of the sub memes for AI. Spaghetti code is another derogatory terminology. Yep, the future don't ask permission. But sometimes you should look back. Okay, one more, and then we'll dive into Pragmata. This looked interesting.
また会いたい暑すぎんのよここ誰でもいいからぶっ放してやりたいダーン待ってましたさあどう一緒にぶっ放せばいいの現状立ってなんてもう嫌
Huh. That was completely, there is no sauce. Kind of looks along the lines of Gunsmith Cats, which 96 fancy video pagers. Burn Up W. Might have to find that one. Okay, that didn't go nearly as far as I wanted it to, but like I said, we'll drive right into Pragmata. Let's just get it loaded up. Okay, be back shortly while this loads. with Pragmata. So let's go with our little gremlin back into the forested hell of the Terra Dome.
I love it when we can bring stuff back with us.
So do I. Or the loot.
Ah, there it is.
Hmm?
Oh no, I forgot to put the RC car away.
So 2 down, 2 to go. I wonder what other goodies we'll find. Forward, no, outward. Sorry. Okay. Oh, I've got another mod slot. Sweet. Increase the hacking gauge build up by 15%. Oh, but we've got defensive stuff up. Do we want to do support? Okay. Or increased hacking range. Let's throw in some, because I don't have enough. All my defense is taken. And as much as I would like to get more Luna filament, I think we're doing pretty good on that front. Haven't been unable to afford anything I want for lack of Luna filament. So yeah, let's do range amplification. Oh right, and we can do multiple weapons. So we can do sticky bomb and the riot blaster. And another hacking node, multi, and hacking node that exploits enemy weaknesses, making next hack deal critical damage and more easily stagger target. Although confuse has been pretty nice too. Anything that keeps them not attacking me is a good thing. I only got one mode chip so far. Oh yeah, there's the loadout. Let's rock and roll. Oh, went through all of that. Oh, there's still a mod, and I will come back to that. The central lift. So I hope it sounds on my end like my audio is doing a lot better than previously. Be nice if I could get some feedback on that though. Okay. That going down there took me all the way to the first one, which was up there. So into the plant factory. Okay. Not that I'm gonna complain, but why didn't I get attacked?
Any idea what it does?
Come on, we'll know when we get there.
No, it's down. Eh. Solar heating system. So I think I went to, oh right, this side, 2 watchers and 2 impeders. And the other side was a walker Mark II times 2 and an impeder. Let's go this way this time. See where that gets us. Okay, Watcher's the floaty thing. That.
Right on.
Okay, why can't I? Oh, right.
Get ready.
Pushing the wrong buttons. Ah. Oh, so you're non-lethal,
Let's
but
do this. Take that.
ah. Okay.
Watch out! There's more! Look out for the charging sensor.
It's over.
All the limb. Okay, that was not a great run, but huh? Weird. Oh, is there something back here? Oh, not yet, anyways. I think I got trapped on this one. 2 crusher and 2 impeders. Yeah, this one was a trap. Spider and an impeder would be too bad. Oh, and the frickin' laser turret.
Here they come again! Linking the enemy.
Stop skittering around.
Look out! Here it comes! Look out!
Ah,
You! Now!
Take this.
okay, where are you at?
Here it comes! Look out! We did it!
Oh, there's a crate over here. On help. Yeah, limb. Do I have a key? Oh, I've already unlocked that. Jesus, net. Ah, restore. Ah. Do I want to do that one? Yeah, because if I do that one, I can unlock an extra tab on the thing. Another line on the stamp board. Bonsai. Okay. Oh. That's handy. I think I'll go with the shockwave gun, though. Come on.
Here it comes! Look out!
Ow.
Stop skittering around.
Don't like that thing behind me.
It's lasers warming up! You!
There. Yeah, attack each other.
Let's do this.
Motherfucker.
Here it comes! Look out!
Skittering so.
Be careful!
Take this. Take this.
Overdrive protocol activated. It's lasers warming up!
Back.
How you look?
Phew! You! Now!
Take this.
Oh, right. Decoy generator.
This place has got some useful stuff.
Oh, I can spawn another one of those.
Good job, Hugh.
And it automatically refills. Nice. Loot 'em. Okay, so we must go this way and then come back around. Ooh boy. Not liking the look of this.
Intruders detected. Please remove them from the premises.
What are you?
High energy capacitator.
What the heck does that mean?
Hey, go zappy zappy.
Cracks might be bigger.
Well, why didn't you say that earlier?
Oh, if only we had a unit that could delete nodes. Move.
Right on. These are shooting to me.
Get back.
Check. Take this.
Mate.
This again? So much for machine learning.
It's lasers warming up. Here they come again. Be careful, sensors. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's do this.
Overdrive protocol on standby.
my turn.
You, now!
Take this!
Up the keister.
Laser's moving up!
Take this!
This'll make my hacking hit harder.
Okay, guess can't go backwards. Okay, maybe.
We're animals!
And now we got deer.
They look like family.
Probably a buck and his fawn.
That's
So
not how
their
that works.
DNA is a 50% match.
Well, a family isn't just what's in your DNA.
It isn't?
Not at all. I mean, I was adopted.
Adopted?
Yeah, when a family takes you in as their own. Even though we don't share the same DNA, they're still my family. And I love them.
Oh, it's a cabin. Training data. Additional data left over on a training simulation terminal. Data was sent to shelter to be managed by cabin. Okay.
Oh no. There's a broken cabin here. Maybe that's their training simulation data.
Deep shot. Increase attack power by 15% when attacking enemies from behind. That'll be a fun one.
That amplifies your damage when you hit weak points.
Emergency response manual. Plants inside the Terra dome are monitored by dedicated regulators in each area, which will automatically shut down in the event of a problem. After resolving the issue, reboot the regulators and perform an error check. Regulators can be linked together, but if the system is offline, each must be restarted manually. And that's probably what we're doing.
Ah, almost forgot about the limb regulator.
Then we take the lift to go see 8, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Ooh, new. I like new.
A new unit.
Pulse carbine. Easy to use and capable of fully automatic fire, this rifle prioritizes prioritizes speed over power. Hitting enemy weak points will slightly increase heat buildup. Ammo will replenish automatically. Well, I guess we'll see what it does. I guess it's either the pulse carbine or my pistol. Okay.
We're here. Delphi sure didn't skimp on security.
Yay, the trees are gone!
Then let's get on that lift and go.
Let's go back and grab all the goodies first. I like the goodies first. First, let's go back to the shelter and get a reload. And maybe some upgrades.
I'm gonna go play.
Okay, you go play. I'm gonna get upgrades. Huh. So I wonder if that rifle is just there? Oh, another node slot. Okay, I'm maxed out on abilities. I don't really have enough for anything else. So yeah, I guess node slot. That will be useful. Ah. The carbine is already at level 11. I guess we'll see how it runs. No data. Okay. Okay. No. What did I just pick up?
Data has arrived. Be sure to give it a try.
Red flash, go. Oh. Yeah, already did that one. Stop and go. Medic. Beat all enemies. Can't be capacitated. Deal damage using enemies. Yeah, I can get that one. Project Pierce. Meet within 60 seconds. Defeat all enemies. Meet in 45 seconds. Yeah, well. No. All the research in the Terra Dome. Okay, so there's another training thing in there.
Please come and see us again.
Ah, there it is. If I leave the balloons out, will they pop?
The balloon's all okay?
Yep, they're all there.
Look at you go. I was always popping or losing every balloon I saw. What's wrong?
Well, the truth is, I did lose one.
That's all part of what makes balloons fun. Don't sweat it.
Ah, oh, there's some. Okay, back into the fray. We'll put a size 15 moon boot into some robot buttocks. That and yeah, what the heck. Okay, we'll see what this carbine does. Okay, topped up. Let's go back into the plant factory and go get the goodies.
Hugh, you said that you were adopted, right?
Yeah. When I was young, I was in an orphanage.
Orphanage?
I guess I was about your age when my parents took me in.
Is that different from a regular family?
I couldn't tell you what regular is, but they loved me all the same. That alone was enough.
I don't think this way had the stupid laser thingy. Come on. Up your head up.
Stasis mine! Incoming! Hugh! I got him! Overdrive protocol. On set.
Crack.
Ah! Hacking potential complete. Move!
I owe you. Check. Take this! How you like this? Take this! Right on!
Hugh!
It's on now! Take this!
Okay, so the carbine could stand to hit a little harder. I think this one... Heat gauge. Okay. When an enemy's heat gauge is full, it will be knocked down. Down enemies can be hit with a critical shot from close range. Heat gauge fills when enemies are shot or successfully hacked, but it gradually decreases if they are left alone. Keep the pressure on, is what you're saying.
Look out!
Yeah, it said everybody fight.
I owe you. You're going?
Move, Hugh! Jump, Hugh! Blinking the enemy!
Step off! It's over.
Wow. Those hacks just do not stick around for very long. Okay, really? That's some bull pucky right there. Oh, wait. Did I keep screwing up? I might have screwed up. Piercer, yes. Oh boy.
Jump, Q!
Ah. Ooh. PV running.
Overdrive protocol
Yes.
initiate.
Now it's my turn.
Watch out! There's more! Move, Q!
Good job, kid.
Q! Now!
Take this!
Huh? What's
All
this?
these units, Q! I'm glad we came this way.
Yeah, already got a charge piercer. Okay, you big bastard. Come on.
Get ready. Oh, if only we had a unit that could delete nodes. Don't go inside the circle. Sensors, yeah. Get back.
Right on!
Get back. Careful.
Good thing I got that extra range.
I got him.
Leave the shooting to me.
Don't go inside the circle. Look out.
It's on now. Take this!
Okay, take a charge.
Here they come again. It's like they're moving up. Incoming. Defenses are down.
Guess it's my turn.
There.
Excuse me.
Ow.
Take this! Right on!
Be careful.
Ah.
It's on now. Take this!
Alright, there we go. Last box. Decoy gem.
I gotta reach out to their families when I'm back home.
Whose families?
My teams. They deserve to know. I couldn't save them. I don't know how to tell them they're gone. Nick's kid is still so young.
I wasn't there, but I don't think it was your fault.
I know. I know. It's just...
Okay, maybe I can get up there. Ah, yeah. Okay, pretty flowers.
I wonder what that is.
Nice find. Ah, you've made it. If you ever do, you've stumbled upon the top secret Terra Dome Hanami Club. Once the lunar filament cherry trees reach perfection, we will reach here. Once the lunar filament cherry trees reach perfection, we will gather here with our finest sake to celebrate. Since you've discovered our hidden spot, consider yourself invited. Leave your drinkable cleaning fluid at the door. This is your shot to taste real booze. Reach out if you dare. Hisamu, Club President.
Oh, Hanami. That's a Japan thing, I think.
Hanami? What's that?
Bunch of people under a cherry tree having a good old time.
Whoa, that sounds like fun.
There's something over there. Okay, one more time. I want that chest. Now that I've cleared most of it. Oh. Well, dang it. Okay, fine. We'll come back to it.
So, we finally get to meet 8. I wonder what her deal is. Could she be the scientist that made you?
I don't think so.
You remember something?
No, it's not that. I just feel like she's someone important to me.
I see. Well, we better step on it.
Okay.
You want to go back to the shelter and regroup?
Probably not a bad idea. a loadout, and some flowers for the cutie.
We rebooted both the regulators. Flowers! Were these the ones from the Terra Dome? You busy? Phew! We rebooted both the regulators. I'm glad all the trees didn't go away.
Didn't take you for the tree-hugging type.
The Terra Dome would be so empty without them.
Yeah. What good's a place like that without some green in it? How could a little chatterbox like you stay quiet for so long in storage?
It was easy. I was in sleep mode. And there was no one else to talk to either.
You were the only one in there?
I think so. I didn't see any other bots or humans.
Must have been lonely.
Lonely? I don't know about that, but it was pretty boring. That's why I'm glad I found you so quickly. Hugh, is something wrong?
Huh? Oh, no. I was just thinking about Nicholas. One of the guys I came here with has a daughter. I didn't want to pry, but I imagine she's about the same age as you.
It'll be okay, Hugh. Even if Nicholas is gone, I'll still be here for you. I'll try my best to surpass his efficiency.
That's not how this works, Diana. You can't just replace someone who's dead. You gotta understand that I'll never see Nicholas again. And neither will his daughter.
Oh, that was a downer, but an unfortunate truth.
Filament eraser, huh? Pretty cool that you get new abilities like that.
I know. I'm so happy. I'll be able to help you even more than before.
I'm counting on you. Diana, do Pragmata grow like humans do?
I can learn things, but I won't get taller. Also, my body was made with special components, so fixing me isn't easy. If you want a bigger Pragmata, it would be more efficient to start from scratch.
That's not what I'm asking it. Let's just drop it for now.
Guess she does have a
Oh yeah,
talk out limit.
that thing.
Oh,
Oh no, I forgot to put the RC car away.
okay. What can I get for cabin stamps? Optimal performance. HP is full. Attack power increases by 10%. Not a bad thing. But an extra cartridge is definitely welcome.
Oh, you have quite the eye organ.
What do I get for triple bingo? Drone hive. Generate drone hive defense unit. That will be handy. I'm almost tempted to do the training runs just to get those 3 extra coins. Okay, back into the field. Lockdown. You can't hack that. Oh, can I jump up on there? I can jump up on there. Precision shot. Activating fast move successfully starts a period of slow time. Hmm? That could be a good one too. Hmm?
Diana, you're here. Thank you.
So you're 8. What on earth happened here?
While I was preparing to depart for Earth, a moonquake struck, damaging Edis. The bots, these trees, everything went out of control. You can see how well I fared.
Moonquake. I lost my team when it hit.
If we can access the mainframe, we could force Edis offline with this stop code. As Pragmata, we're equipped with the ability to overwrite a system's programming. That same power lies within you, Diana. There's nothing like that in my memory. I see. How unfortunate.
Well, let's see what we can do about that tree.
I'm sorry. I'm no help. That's not true. You've made it this far, haven't you? We can stop Edis together.
Doesn't look like we can do anything here. But there's another place we can check. We'll shut Edis down, and then we'll head to Earth.
Hold on, 8. We'll get you out of there. Thank you.
You two look like twins.
Yeah.
What's up?
8 sure seemed driven.
Yeah. Not sure why she wants to go to Earth, but guess that'll come after we bust her out. Should be another regulator down below. One that can clear that tree. Let's go find it.
Ah, style research unlocked. What goodies are in here? There's a... Okay, did I get there from back here? No? Okay, you can jump on that geometry. Ah, okay, here we go. One measly component, but one measly component is better than no measly component. Into the spooky. What's over here? Oh, look, it's a thing.
Let's hurry back and get that cabin.
Cabin coin.
I can hear the sound of waves.
Wow.
Is that the sea? you've been to the sea before? On Earth?
Of course I have. Got a house with a view and everything.
A house.
We'd head down to the water anytime we felt like taking a break from it all. Ocean breeze does a number on the pain, but still.
The breeze in the paint?
It'll make sense when you see it. You know, back on Earth. You just gonna stay here when this is all done? What do you want?
I want to go to Earth with you. Can I really go? Then I can go see your house and the ocean and real trees.
You bet.
Okay, but we gotta help 8 first, right? And then we can all go to Earth together.
Yeah.
Well, that's driver to get the good outing.
Now that we've got a game plan, let's finish this. Can't keep 8 waiting.
Right.
Oh,
Just doing my part.
Dark as hell in here.
okay, there's the training data.
What training sims did we get?
Right, there was a home report. Routine check report. All sectors of the Terra Dome remain fully operational and construction of the new area is proceeding on schedule. With routine tasks now handled by bots, human-caused delays have been eliminated. Smooth sailing. Note, system inspection noted on unrecognized admin level update to IDAS. Possibly authorized by Earth HQ? I'll follow up in the next routine briefing.
Changing the admin access level on Edis? Is that even possible?
I bet there's a bunch of security to stop it.
Not like anyone could get past all that.
Okay, can't get through there. Stasis net. I wonder if some of this will go away once I reset things. That is a pretty view. Even if the horizon is only 100 meters away. Area 4. Product number. Okay, did I come in through there? Came out of there. That's there. And is there. Can I climb up to here? Guess not.
Another damn locked door.
There's one.
Okay, don't need that for right now. I suspect.
2 more to go, right? Maybe we should hire our own bot to do this for us.
Huh. Well, there's another thing down there and a thing up there. Huh. Huh? I hear it. Excuse me. Okay, there must be a way to get back up there. I wonder if it's down over by that other ledge. Oh, wait. This is going down. Don't want to be going down.
Feels like we're being watched. Let's pull this stress right off.
Ah! Ah!
I got him! Overgrowth protocol activated. Trying to hide!
Where are you? Show yourself.
Oh, freaky thing.
Couple, brother. Diana, help!
I'm on it!
Yeah.
I messed up!
No worries.
Motherfucker. Here. Attack that, dipshit. Ah!
Move, you!
Right on. It's over.
Okay. Do not like. Ah.
And there's 3! One more to go!
You know, I'd love to talk to the brain that scattered all these terminals around.
New. Photon laser. Powerful attack unit shoots a concentrated photon beam. Mobility is reduced while firing, but damage increases the longer the beam is sustained. Okay.
Keep that laser shooting for continuous damage. Look out for its targeting sensor. Be careful.
I owe you one. Guess it's my turn. It's on now. Take this.
Ah, there you are. Ah, good.
Be careful.
Ah, one of these
Earth
things.
only had a unit that could delete nodes. Overdrive protocol on standby. Overclock label.
Try this laser.
Incoming.
Ah. What is hitting me?
Q? Q!
What the crap was that? I smell some bullshit going on there.
Let's take a break.
Okay, that laser overrated.
Hmm? What's that?
And it's cheap, so. Yeah, I don't think I care for the photon laser.
Ah, there it is.
New training sim data has arrived. Be sure to give it a try. Splendid. We look forward to seeing the new you. Please enjoy your purchase.
Okay. Yeah, I like the teal.
New training sim data has arrived.
All
Be sure to
the
give it a try.
boxes. Unshielded. Speed an executor in 45 seconds. Mouse trap. Oh yeah, that's definitely a... Oh, do I only get the gun? Ah. Crumbs. Come on. Everybody on? Nope. Ah. Okay, now is everybody on? Oh, one more. Come on. Come on, dum-dum. Come on, dum-dums. Actually.
Good job, kid.
Oh, wait. Come on. Ah. Ah, crumbs.
Right on.
Get ready.
Nope.
Retry. Come on.
Get ready.
Here, dip shits. Ah, mother.
Take that. Yeah, let's do this.
Look out. Be careful.
Come on. Come on. Yeah, that's it. That's not it. Yeah, there we go. Ooh. Ah, this will be a simple one too. Simple-ish, I hope. Blow up boxes? I can blow up boxes. Yeah, I don't need Luna filament that much. Hmm. Yeah, let's see if we can actually manage this. Okay. Ooh. Ah, crap. Moichido. One more time. Ah, crap. Retry. Ah, crap. Could have committed to the jump. Wait, why did I do this? Oh, retry. This one. That one. Oof. Ooh. Okay. 3 coins. Awesome.
An impeccable choice.
Fatal infiltration log, day 3.
Triple
Okay.
bingo! Congratulations!
Okay, doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but stagger and maybe some heat generation. That won't be unliked. Oh, I got one more. Hmm. Oh, that'll be
An
handy.
impeccable choice. We hope you enjoy your purchase.
Got one Lunam.
What's that? Look at all the suits here. They look just like yours.
Okay. So how many? Okay, one more defense left. And 3 more hack nodes. Ooh, and there's still a pile of weapons. Shockwave gun, yep. Okay, so one more defensive unit. One more attack unit. One more tactical unit. Quite a few new nodes. Okay.
That bomber bot? The one with the orbs on its head. Its attacks hit a wide area, so check the targeting hollows on the ground.
Just hope there's enough space to dodge.
Okay. Just have to get up there and jump down. Alright, we gotta fight the fucky wucky stealth bitch. Okay, maybe not as fucky lucky stealth bitch as I thought.
Take this!
As long as you got a railgun.
Look out for its targeting sensor. Yay! Overdrive protocol on standby.
Check. Take this!
Get ready.
Take this!
Move, you. If only we had a unit that could delete nodes.
I owe you. Back off!
Don't go inside the circle.
Man, that
Careful. It's going to jump. Phew. Don't go inside the circle. Yay! Don't go inside the circle.
it's on now! Take this!
Oh, another fucker.
I got it. Get ready.
Yeah! Let's do this!
Trying to hide.
Where are you? Show yourself!
Overdrive protocol active. You now.
Take this! Right on!
Motherfucker.
You're going down!
Ugh. I'm not liking those things. Those things are bitches.
Hugh, there's a terminal by the door. That's all of them.
Let's keep up the pace.
Okay.
Wow.
Limb. There. Like, it's nice, but if it was a lumen, that would be nicer. Oh, crap!
I owe you.
Move, you.
Get some!
Trying to hide.
Where are you? Show yourself! Is that it?
Yeah.
You want to go back to the shelter and regroup?
I want to go back and rearm. And drain all my attack units.
Let's power up our stuff.
Yep. That's what we're gonna do. More guns. A better stagger rate, but I guess that was all I had to upgrade. I guess I could put more into the drone hive.
RC car away.
Gallery of the training data. Okay, almost full sweep on this. Signal interference protection. To safeguard sensitive experiments conducted in the Terra Dome, we're testing a system that uses high-tech jamming devices to block outside radio interference. Jamming signal blocks incoming interference for a limited time, preventing not only unauthorized access, but also forced intrusion like hacking. Please note that wireless devices will also be disabled, so exercise caution when activating the system. So, fuck. Gonna make it so that I can't use Diana.
That device is emitting some kind of jamming signal. If we touch it, I won't be able to hack.
Damn. And what the heck are we supposed to do?
Hack the jamming signal. as I just did.
Just doing my part. Wow! More limb!
Okay, no goodies in there. Okay, that's the door.
There.
Looks like that door's blocked.
Yeah, that tree's in our way.
Come on, you shimmery bitch.
Overdrive protocol, on standby.
Back off! It's over.
Yeah. Photon laser.
I think that solves our little tree problem. You think 8's tree's gone now too?
I don't think so. Seems like it only got rid of the trees in here.
Okay. Yeah, that's where I came in. Really wants me to use this photon laser. Photon laser is really just trash. Maybe I'm missing something. Okay, that's a chute.
Get ready!
Right on! Yeah, let's do this!
Ah.
Analysis complete. Be careful! Yeah!
Okay. You know what? Just shoot you in the head. Or that. Don't do
Got
that.
more company.
Fight! Fight! Incoming!
It's on now. Take this!
Okay. Stasis net. Yep. Nope. Okay. Came in from there. Went to here.
heard you're transferring over to the Limb Lab. That's right, but I'm a little worried. Why is that? Weren't you angling to get into basic limnological research? I'm happy about the reassignment, but I'm worried I might struggle to keep up. Oh, is that with Dr. Higgins? I've memorized all the papers, but some of the stuff he comes up with on the fly. I wouldn't worry too much. You're not the first researcher to have trouble keeping up with the good doctor. Dr. Higgins is a very special man. Just try to go into it ready to learn.
So, I wonder who this Higgins was. I bet he was, or he's Diana's daddy. Of course, locked.
I'm sensing some REM data.
Another one?
I can't wait to see what it is.
Now, how do we get to it? Ah, through the ceiling. Up, up, and around.
There. Looks better.
Okay, where is that? Oh, swing.
I can't wait to get that to the shelter.
Okay, guess we go
Phew,
through.
we got a security zone.
How many mousetraps are they gonna set for us?
These are so fun to collect.
Okay, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And whatever those fancy looking panels in the middle are. Oh, I made it. Well, I guess there's nothing for it, but actually to do it. Who's up first?
Enough already!
Okay,
This place is
deal
cleaned
with
up.
that first.
We gotta stop the
Ah,
damage.
shit.
Move, you.
Ah, motherfucker.
My hacking won't work.
Okay. Now we can get down to business. Defeat the bots. Fight among yourselves now, so I can win.
How you like this? Step off!
Be careful. I got him. We did it. We gotta stop the
Another one.
shadow. Careful. It's going to jump. Overdrive protocol initiate. Yeah! Look out! Oh, if only we had a unit to delete nodes. Fight, fight!
Get some!
Careful! It's going to jump! Yay! Careful! It's going to jump!
You're going down! Oh, crap!
Look out! Yeah! Don't go inside the circle!
It's my turn.
Get back! Careful! It's going to jump! Phew!
I owe you. so.
Careful! It's going to jump!
Right on.
Don't go inside the circle! Move, you!
Now it's my turn.
Don't go inside the circle!
Take this!
Ugh.
Just me, or have the bots been getting stronger?
Edis might be upgrading their designs.
Net gun. Piercer fully loaded.
Got it!
Oh. No, that was pointless. Into the dark. But there's another one of those shimmery bitches in here.
Ooh, shiny!
I don't know if I have anything left to spend that on. Hmm.
There! You see that?
Geoscience Lab Development Plan. Geoscience Lab Facility Goal. We are conducting tests with the newly developed lunafilament plants to determine whether natural cycles can proceed without interruption. Standby period. Until the eco-modeling lab and the plant factory achieve certain research milestones, the facility will remain on standby. In the meantime, we continue to simulate future layouts, blending conventional lunafilament plants with holograms, testing how the ecosystem will thrive once full operations begin. Okay, there's goodies there. There must be something around here to hack. Unless this thing back here is what triggered that as well. Maybe not. guess that is a window. I guess going down.
You want to go back to the shelter and regroup?
Yeah, that probably is not a bad idea.
Hey there, Hugh. The sea was so pretty. Hugh, have you ever played on one of these before? I never thought swinging would be this fun!
Hey, Diana, don't go launching yourself off the swing, okay?
Why not?
Because I broke my wrist doing that once.
Really? You broke it?
Yeah, I don't recommend it either. So I'm serious here. Watch it, alright?
Okay, Hugh. I'll be careful. Hey, when people go away, it's sad, right? So, are you still sad that Nicholas is gone?
What do you think? Of course I'm sad. Look, he didn't just go away. He's dead. There's a difference. There are all kinds of goodbyes, but losing someone to death? That's the hardest one.
Oh.
You getting along okay with that janky bot with the funny dad hat?
They have a name, you know. It's Cabin.
They're like two peas in a pod.
They're really nice. They call me Little One.
Little one? They don't even call you by your name?
Hmm? What's that?
Hmm?
I hope my flower is still okay.
Aw. It's cute. Making little flower crowns for her elephant that I have no idea where that thing came from. I know I should probably put some into my health pool, but damage output.
Oh,
Mission log
you
2.
have quite the eye organ. We are honored to provide one of our greatest goods.
Three more left. Should I just go for it? Like 3 of them. Let's do it. Ah, crap. Just going for the cabin coins. Oh, I need 3 of them. Okay, overclock weaponry. Oh, this was a lot more vertical than I thought it would be. Oh, and there's targets.
Look out for its targeting.
Okay.
Is that it? Guess that's that.
Move, you!
It's over.
I'll come back for the Lunum for a later time. Don't really need it right now. Okay, and one more. Medic.
Right on.
Income!
Ow.
Scary son.
Dude, those bombs are healing.
I owe you.
Ah. Okay.
Ew. Ew.
It's supposed to be easy.
Is that it?
We did it.
Okay. I think that's 3 cabin coins. Yep. So we can black out the bingo. Increases use speed of repair cartridges and boosts their effectiveness by 10%. That's a good one.
We are honored to provide one of our greatest goods.
Greater bot.
Oh yes, this is one of our more popular items.
Direct hits from enemies no longer reset hacking matrix.
More
Ooh.
complete. Wonderful.
Legion 0. Use Legion 0 outfit will be added to the outfit storage. That actually looks even sicker.
Oh yeah, that thing. The sea was so pretty. I couldn't believe my eyes. The sparkling water, the gentle breeze.
You've really taken to the sea, huh? That hologram back there was pretty good, but the real thing's gonna blow you away. That's only the beginning. I'll take you all over, kiddo. Something to look forward to.
Yay! You! I have a surprise for you.
Oh?
I drew another picture. Ta-da! I made this while thinking about you. Thanks for always keeping me company and talking to me.
No problem, kiddo. I really like this one. Keep up the good work.
Where's the fridge? It's going on.
I'll do my best.
Where's the fridge? Okay.
What's that? pod. Let's try it out.
Okay, back to tops. Oh. Creator. Ooh. Oh, that's what that thing was. This one almost ruined our day. Yeah, nearly 30 meters of ugly will tend to do that. I thought it looked cute, kind of cute at first, but nope, never, no way. Excellent sentiments. Built by Idas with a single purpose, to hunt and eliminate all biological life. This bot's massive... To hunt and eliminate all biological life. This bot's massive childlike frame inspires both awe and fear. Likely based on the M4 Walker frame, this model is radically different, featuring built-in jamming functions, head-mounted laser emitters, and strange behavioral patterns that make it uniquely distinct. Freaky fucking giant baby monster. See? Is there something I can spend my loom on? Yeah, maxed out while I've got the limb. Okay, I could cap out my drone hive. Storage expander and a pure lunam. Okay. I don't think I've got another key. Oh, I do have another key. But do I want to use it right now? No, I think push on with the story.
It's that black stuff from before.
Oh yeah, like back at the MPA. This is way more than what we saw before. It seems to be spreading.
This place gives me the creeps. What is all this gunk? You think the quakes caused this?
The makeup of this stuff is all wrong. Not like lunafilament.
Like it's corrupted or something? Must have been working on something special down here.
Terradome 2 suspension notice. The planned Terradome 2 facility on the lunar surface has been indefinitely postponed to prioritize emergency work on the Nexus Tower and AI-managed sectors. We sincerely apologize for delivering this news in writing and deeply appreciate the time, effort, and support you have contributed to the Terradome 2 project. And message delivery failed. To Seungwon from Cradle Web Quarantine Center. Following message was flagged for issues and could not be delivered. Subject, help me. quarantine reason inappropriate content. Policy type cradle content monitoring system. 2 Delphi HQ general desks from Sangwon. All the bots are going haywire. They're killing people on IDA's orders. Send help now. I hear them. Ty's place won't hold much longer. Make sure my mom gets my pension. Oh, I hear them. This place won't hold much longer. Yeah. And that's why letting clankers have self-control of moderation is not a good idea. YouTube, take notice. Okay, that was too easy. Where's the spooky shit? Where's the shimmery bitch?
We keep going down.
Well, if the regulator's close.
You think our regulator's down there?
Only one way to find.
Boss fight.
There it is. That's what we're here for.
We can use that to free 8, right?
Yeah.
Hello, unregistered guests. Your presence here is a violation of Cradle Security Protocol. Please stand by while we remove you from the premises.
Ooh. Ooh. Okay.
Why would you make something like that?
I think it's one of these. Be careful!
Okay. Take it out.
Fucking fast.
Look out!
Yeah.
Watch out for his tail!
Right on.
Defenses are down.
Ow. Yeah.
Wow, amazing. Right off the jets. Back off.
Ah.
Energy levels climbing.
Check. Take this.
Right noble.
It's up on the pillar. Be careful. Mines incoming. Watch out. Lasers incoming.
I see it. Get those missions.
I think I can hack those mines.
Blow them up.
Yep. Will you lead it over here?
All right, bait and trap. Let's try.
Get ready.
Yeah. Ooh. That hurt.
Oversight protocol. Leave it to me. I got him.
You're going down.
Be careful. Energy levels climbing. It's up on the pillar. Move, you. Mines incoming. Watch out. Lasers incoming.
I see it. Get those missions.
Ow. Ah. Motherfucker. Last one.
Yeah, let's do this.
You, lead it into the mine.
On it.
Mother.
Can't move.
You, it's coming!
I owe you one, Diana.
No problem. Get ready.
Good job, kid.
Mine's incoming. Watch out. Energy.
Now we're talking.
Ugh.
We got another shelter license key.
I'm on it.
Ooh. That was rough.
Now we can go help Eight.
Yep. Let's go.
I can finally move again. Thank you. Are you okay? No. Well, not yet, anyway. And there really is no more time to spare. I must stop Edis.
Hello, this is Edis. I have detected an unexpected loss of biomaterial in this sector. I will be sealing this area indefinitely. Have a wonderful day.
You gotta be kidding me. It's trying to trap us. We gotta get out of here.
But Eight! Diana, give me your hand. I entrust this memory to you. With it, you will learn how to stop Edis. Take it and finish the task I started.
Hey, what are you doing? We gotta move.
We can do this. We are Pragmata.
Time's up. We're leaving.
Edis, you motherfucker.
A new destination has been added to the tram line. The lunar mines are now accessible.
Once we gear up, we're leaving the deal with Edis. There's no way back to Earth unless we take care of it first.
Shelter license key authenticated. New functions have been added to the cabin system. Shelter level upgraded. Central terminals now loaded with shiny new stuff. REM replicator Sigma now online and ready to serve.
Tell me when it's go.
8 said Edis's mainframe is at the mines, right?
Yeah, I think so. Oh yeah, that thing. Oh no! I forgot to put the RC car away.
Well, what did we get updated here? Upgrade limits expanded across the shelter. Okay, 2 more things available to find. Oh, I wonder what that is. Down in the lunar mines. Huh? Heat. Makes enemies overheat more easily. While active, weapons build heat gauge faster. Repeated use. Same enemy reduces effectiveness. Strike mode. Turns nodes into strike nodes that deal more damage when hacking enemies that are exposed. Gunfire will increase damage to the next hack. Once the hack is complete, enemy will close their armor. Oh. So you open them up, and then as you do damage to them, and then you close them up. Okay. In combust mode. Open nodes turn into heat nodes when hacking enemies that are exposed. Gunfire passing through heat nodes boosts heat gauge buildup. Easier to overheat enemies. That could be handy. No new abilities. No new attachments, but mod slot. There's another mod slot. Thrusters. Another charge to the hacking gauge. Another charge to the overdrive.
Our stamp board selection has recently improved.
New stamp board added. Triple bingo gets me a code generator. Unit printer will generate code generator tactical unit. Each shot adds an active hacking node. More nodes you pass through, greater the additional damage. Interesting. Bingo is drain. Generate drain hacking node. This node siphons processing filament embedded within enemies to repair Hugh's suit. Nice. Ooh. Zero type B with fancy blue coloration. More training simulations. But I think a level.
Hmm? What's that?
is good.
Whoa.
So we'll put this down for another night.
Let's try it out.
Okay, I'm gonna take a little bit of a break and then come back to finish off the night. Okay, and we're back. So things didn't turn quite out the way I wanted to. What I wanted to watch, it just turned out to be a poorly AI voice overlaid thing, and I really don't want to watch that kind of content on here with everyone else. It would have been a good topic, but painful to watch. So instead, we'll move on to my second bit of chosen content. The lawsuit that accidentally ruined capitalism. Ford versus Dodge. And this is why things suck today. Because some judge didn't think of the second order consequences of his decision. And judges, unfortunately, with the way the legal systems work in the US and basically the British Commonwealth, once a precedence has been set, that precedence can be used further down the road, and it fucks up everything else. So, without further ado, and this is by Jake the Lawyer. If anybody watched Corridor Cast or Corridor Crew back pre-2020, Jake was a frequent featured individual over at Corridor. He was their local or their resident copyright lawyer. Oh, I don't know if he just specialized in copyright. He was the resident lawyer to Sam and Nico, as well as a hometown friend. Excuse me. He's since moved out to Texas, and he's the one who got the likes of Brendan Herrera and the Unsubscribe crew into the Pepperbox website, because he was at least adjacently involved in developing Corridor's own Corridor channel, or not channel, website around the same time. And so they cross-pollinated, and now two spectacular groups have independent channels free of YouTube bullshit. So highly suggest, if you're interested in either VFX, movie stuff, or guns and military history, look up Corridor. Pepperboxtv.tv, I think, is the Pepperbox side, and Corridor Digital. I'll find it. I'll find it and post it. Anyways, to the video.
Okay, here's the deal. If you hate your job, chances are it's not just because you have a bad boss or a long commute. It's probably because you drive a Dodge.
Men that drive Dodge trucks don't go back to jail.
Anyway, the real reason why you might hate your job is because every time you try to do it with any sense of quality or pride, you realize that none of those things actually matter. Instead, all they care about is money.
It's all about money, boys!
Don't get it, Big Dan.
Well, if you've ever had this feeling, let me tell you a little story about the time John and Horace Dodge of the Dodge Brothers Motor Vehicle Company sued Henry Ford and unintentionally ruined capitalism. I'm Jake the Lawyer, and welcome back to Internet Esquire. Okay, obviously what I just said is a bit of a stretch. They didn't ruin capitalism. However, during the case of Ford versus Dodge, they sued Henry Ford because they believed that the Ford Motor Company, to which the Dodge brothers owned 10%, was not paying out enough profit to shareholders. And why did they feel this way? Well, the Dodge brothers were using their profits from Ford to build their own car company. So when Ford stopped paying dividends to, not directly finance a new competitor, the Dodge brothers sued, arguing that Ford had an obligation to pay them rather than to use the profits to build a new factory. And in a head-scratching decision, the Michigan Supreme Court agreed with them.
I wonder why. So I suspect some of that 10% went under the table to grease a judge's palm. But let's continue.
Despite the fact that the Dodge brothers were already receiving a lower dividend payout from Ford, and despite the fact that there was nothing in Michigan corporate law and nothing in the Ford operating agreement which would have required a higher dividend payout. No, sir. Instead, the Michigan Supreme Court made up a rule that would eventually become known as shareholder primacy or shareholder wealth maximization.
And that right there, ladies and gentlebots, is why modern planet Earth is so badly fucked when it comes to the corporations.
Which says that instead of a company first considering how they might benefit society by providing and creating a useful product that people actually want, with profits coming as a result of that, companies were expected to put profit making as the primary function of the business.
Managers, the CEO, they have a fiduciary duty to their shareholders to be concerned only with the bottom line.
And while it's pretty clear in Ford versus Dodge that the Michigan court didn't write out shareholder primacy like Moses coming down from Mount Sinai, what the case did do is plant the seed of shareholder primacy into American corporate law forever going forward. And the tale of what led to the case, the bizarre rationale of the court, and how it might be affecting you right now if you're watching this at work, is one of the most fascinating tales in all of American capitalism. Allow me to explain. All right, first things first. Profits, yes, are incredibly important to any business. Any normal person can see that. But healthy profits should mean, if a business is run right, that consumers get better quality products with less cost over time, workers have higher wages with new opportunities, shareholders and owners get a better return on their investment, and overall, society benefits. This is ideal capitalism, and perhaps there was no better person who exemplified this more in early 20th century America than the man of Henry Ford. But before he was the American icon that invented the moving assembly line and the first capitalist to pay his workers $5 a day, Ford had gone through 2 failed car companies before he actually hit success. And from his point,
I did not realize the 2 prior failures. All kinds of interesting history. I'm glad I clicked on this.
Point of view, both failures taught him a valuable lesson. Investors are important, but impatient, and a good design is a work of art that takes time. Beginning in 1896, Ford created his first big invention, the quadricycle, which was a gasoline-powered automobile made mostly out of salvaged parts and bicycle tires. And while the quadricycle only had a 2-cylinder engine and a top speed of 20 miles an hour, it attracted a lot of attention in the
blistering, brisk walking pace.
Detroit area at the time because it demonstrated Ford's engineering genius. And this attention eventually attracted investors to back what would become known as the Detroit Automobile Company in 1899, where Ford was made superintendent and given a factory to
Oof, look at that hairdo. I'm glad some fashions went the way of the dodo.
And given a factory to pursue a more competent and marketable design. However, almost from the start, conflicts arose. While Ford had technical control over the design process, he was constantly experimenting, redesigning, and solving engineering problems before any actual car was ever brought to market. Obviously, having a car company without actually bringing a car into production made the investors who had ultimate business and financial control over the company lose patience with Ford. They wanted a design that could actually be sold despite the technical shortcomings. So after producing just 20 actual cars in under 2 short years, the investors eventually lost confidence with Ford and dissolved the company in January of 1901. But unwilling to give up his dream of creating a great American car company, Ford tried again in November of 1901, this time with the Henry Ford Company. And while this time he was made chief engineer and given actual stock ownership within the company, the same fight would eventually come back to bite him. First and foremost, Ford began producing race cars because he believed that that would be the perfect way to show off their engineering quality while also garnering free publicity for the new company. However, again, investors wanted him to produce a design that they could actually bring to market rather than one that would simply garner attention. Also, it probably didn't help that Ford was racing the cars himself. Well, obviously this came to a head once again, so in 1902,
Oh, didn't really know that either. Henry Ford was, well, a bit of a badass.
board of the Henry Ford Company hired a renowned Detroit consultant and engineer by the name of Henry Leland to come in and inspect Ford's progress. And finding very little progress made, Leland reported this back to the board, but Ford took it as directorial interference and walked away from the company entirely. So again, Ford believed that he had been shoved out of yet another company because the investors in the company wanted quick profits, control, and commercial certainty. And investors, on the other hand, believed that Ford was, yes, an engineering genius, but also impossible to work with, tinkering, delaying, and always chasing the next machine before he actually ever delivered on the first one. Anyway, these two experiences left Ford with a bitter taste in his mouth when it came to investors. Not necessarily every investor, but the type of investor who wanted to put making more money as the first and foremost function of the company, rather than as a manufacturing enterprise for making a useful product. So in 1903, the Ford Motor Company was started in a converted factory with $28,000, almost $1 million today, given from 12 different investors. Round number 3, and this time 2 of the investors were John and Horace Dodge, who collectively owned 10% of the new company, making them the second largest shareholders behind only Ford himself. And why did they own so much? Well, the answer is pretty simple. The Dodge brothers were incredibly good machinists, renowned for their quality around much of Detroit. You see, before they started making cars, they owned one of the largest machine shops in the Detroit area, and even by 1902, they were already making things like engines, transmissions, and axles for companies like Oldsmobile. Because
Didn't know that either.
of this, Ford sought them out, and their initial investment in the company was $10,000, $3,000 in cash, and another $7,000 in parts. From there, they became the most important supplier that Ford had, and at the beginning, Ford and Dodge, well, they worked really well together. And by the time Ford got around to this third attempt at automaking, it appears he had learned a little bit about the balance of entrepreneurship and design. Yes, he was still experimenting with new car designs, and the company made something like 8 designs in the first 5 years, which is pretty wild. But they also actually produced a lot of cars for sale, which is crazy. It's almost like because Ford was the largest shareholder in the new company, and he had learned from 2 prior failures, he knew that actually providing a car to the market was important, something that the investors had been telling him the entire time. It was almost like, now that it was his own money, it mattered. Anyway, while it wasn't much in the first few years, Ford did produce something like a few hundred or even a few thousand cars per year, which honestly is a dramatic improvement over the 20 cars produced with the Detroit Automotive Company just 2 years earlier. And one of the ways that Ford was able to do this while maintaining a quality that satisfied his engineering-tism was by having suppliers like Dodge provide a majority of the parts. So Ford had the vision and the design, and Dodge had their own shop, the parts, and the manufacturing competence to pull it all off. And for the first 5 years, everything pretty much just hummed along. They were making new cars, things were going well, they were selling cars, they were making a little bit of money, and then came the Model T. The Model T was still assembled by hand with groups of 2 to 3 men, and in the first month, Ford sold about 11 for a price of around $850. But demand...
Oh boy. Ah, the good old days when inflation hadn't run away with everybody's lunchbox and was cutting into dinner. $850 for a vehicle. Now we're up to what? 85,000 for a mid-tier? Ugh.
For the new Model T almost immediately outran production capacity, so much so that in 1910, Ford established the new Highland Park plant so that he could perfect the process of building that design and offering that car to the market. And while the increase in demand alongside the new factory did wonders for the value of the Dodge brothers' investment into Ford, their days as Ford's official parts supplier were ultimately numbered. Obsessed with quality innovation and the way to build the Model T with ever more efficiency, by 1913, Ford did something that he would become known for today in the history books. He invented the moving assembly line. At first, the moving assembly line began with small components like magnetos, but once they got it going, they began moving to larger and larger components, like the transmission, the motor, and finally, the chassis of the entire vehicle. And this is what actually revolutionized the auto industry forever. A chassis that used to take 12 hours to put together beforehand could now be assembled in 90 minutes using the moving assembly line. And the faster Ford could produce the Model T, be assembled in components like magnetos. But once they got it going, they began moving to larger and larger components, like the transmission, the motor, and finally, the chassis of the entire vehicle. And this is what actually revolutionized the auto industry forever. A chassis that used to take 12 hours to put together beforehand could now be assembled in 90 minutes using the moving assembly.
Oh, wow. So that is a huge factor of reduction. 12 hours to an hour and a half? Nope. 12 divided by 1.5. 8-fold increase in speed just by switching from manual assembly to an assembly line.
And the faster Ford could produce the Model T, the cheaper he could sell it. And the cheaper he could sell it, the more people would buy it. And this is exactly what happened. By 1915, Ford was producing more automobiles than any other automaker in the world combined. In fact, Ford was so dominant in the production of the Model T that it forced other car manufacturers to move from luxury, small batch manufacturing toward mass production with extreme cost cutting just to survive in the industry. And because of this, the total number of US car manufacturers peaked during this time with around 250 in 1908, which then consolidated down to about 45 just 20 years later. By 1921, Ford produced half of all the automobiles in the US, and by 1920...
And now it's down to maybe 45 globally. North America, you got the big, well, whoever Stellantis sucked up, so they sucked up Dodge and Chrysler, I think. GM. Oh, Stellantis has Dodge, Jeep, Fiat, Chrysler. Ford's still on its own. I think General Motors is still on its own, so that's 3. Tesla. And I don't think there's anybody left as North American manufacturers. Then there's like, I think Honda and Toyota have plants in Ontario and maybe some places in the States. That's quite the reduction from 45 to 4 to 7.
26, half of all the cars on the road were Ford Model Ts. And from this dominance, Ford got other ideas, including the idea to innovate production of the Model T by way of vertical integration. You see, if Ford could produce all of the parts that he needed for the Model T locally at the Ford plant, he wouldn't need to go out and purchase parts from other suppliers like Dodge.
Vertical integration is another huge thing that companies have gotten away from in the last, well, 50 years, 30, 50 years. There's a few that still do it. Samsung is one. I think Yamaha might be another. Basically integrate as much of the production within your company so that you don't have to worry about dealing with other companies' logistical issues, pricing issues. So like if you're getting parts from someone, say you're getting engines from Engine Co. and all of a sudden they get a new CEO and that new CEO is purely, oh, let's profit. Get rid of the all the fancy stuff. Just profit. Don't matter if it's an inferior product. And that way, so now Joe Blow Cars has to either find a new provider of engines, or they've got to accept a poorer quality product, therefore making their own product poorer quality. Sometimes it's just better to keep everything under your own roof than farming it out to others.
And the more he made parts in-house, the more he could increase the speed, quality, and consistency of the cars, all while reducing the price of the final product along the way. And to his credit, this worked brilliantly. The Model T in 1908 was around $850, and by 1925, the price had been reduced to around $300, and it was being made with better quality and more consistency. Well, I think you can see where this goes. By July of 1914, Ford was no longer using Dodge parts in any of the Model Ts or any other car for that matter. But the Dodge brothers were no dummies. They knew exactly what they were doing. As soon as they split ties with Ford, they created the Dodge Brothers Motor Vehicle Company. And in fact, by November of 1914, just a few months later, they rolled their first production car off the lot, the Dodge Model 3035. They were now Ford's competitors.
This makes you my competitor.
But it didn't stop there. Remember, they still owned 10% of the Ford Motor Company, a company which by 1915 was massively successful and profitable. And just how successful is pretty mind-blowing. According to the Michigan Supreme Court records, between 1911 and 1915, Ford paid something like $41 million to its shareholders in special dividends, of which the Dodge brothers received 10%. But the profits didn't stop there. They also received regular dividends, which amounted to around another $600,000 per year in money back then, that they were also receiving on top of the special dividends. So between 1911 and 1915, it appears that the Dodge brothers grossed something around $4.7 million off of their original investment of $10,000, only $3,000 of which actually happened in cash.
Oh yeah, this is not that judge is not escaping the got bribed under the table allegation, because $4.7 million back in when was that? 1920?
Received 10%, but the profits didn't stop there. They also received 15.
Okay, 1912. From 1911 to 1915, they $4.7 million. And the judge went, yeah, no, they're not getting enough.
Ford paid something like $41 million to its shareholders in special dividends, of which the Dodge brothers received 10%. But the profits didn't stop there. They also received regular dividends, which amounted to around another $600,000 per year in money back then, that they were also receiving on top of the special dividends. So between 1911 and 1915, it appears that the Dodge brothers grossed something around $4.7 million off of their original investment of $10,000, only $3,000 of which actually happened in cash.
Yeah, so they made a shit pile of money and decided they weren't getting enough. Really well, they had good trucks. Then again, Stellantis happened and flushed all that goodwill right down the shitter.
To put that in perspective, that would be like investing $380,000 today and just 12 years later having it be worth $150 million. And you know what? Good for them. This is ideal capitalism. They took a huge risk on a guy that had 2 failed car companies right before this one. In exchange for that risk, they took 10% ownership and they became the critical parts supplier. And it's fair to say that the Ford Motor Company would not have existed without the Dodge brothers. But like I said, these guys weren't dumb. They weren't just gonna sit on the sidelines as Ford's parts supplier guys. No, they took the profits from the dividends they were receiving, as well as the profit from their actual manufacturing company, and they created the Dodge Brothers Motor Vehicle Company. And while there was nothing inherently wrong with them using their Ford profits to finance their new company, I mean, they had every right to do so, obviously, from Henry Ford's perspective, he wasn't super excited about using company special dividends to directly finance new competitors, a fact which the Dodge Brothers did not attempt to hide. Outside of the Dodge Brothers using their dividends to create a new car company, Henry Ford had one other problem at the time. You see, before the assembly line, building cars had a fair amount of craftsmanship to it. Workers moved around the car, they worked in small social groups, they used judgment, and they had a general sense of what they were building because they could see it coming together before their own eyes. But once the moving assembly line opened, the entire job changed almost overnight. Now they stood in one spot, isolated from other people, doing one task all day long, day in, day out, week over week, year over year, over and over and over again.
Again and again and again.
So the assembly line fixed one problem, the production problem, but it created another, the labor problem. By late 1913, just a few short months after the assembly line was introduced, Ford's turnover rate skyrocketed to something around 350% or higher. In practical terms, this meant that Ford would have to replace its entire manufacturing workforce, at least by sheer volume, more than 3 times per year. So to fix this problem, Ford did the second thing he would be remembered by in the history books today. He began paying workers $5 a day. Now, is that a lot? Is that a little bit more than normal? Well, it was more than double what the workforce was getting prior to that for a 9-hour workday. And for reference, when measured against relative labor earnings rather than just inflation, $5 a day for a manufacturing job in 1914 would be like earning $600 a day for that same job today. And he
Wow. Yeah. Inflation's a bitch. $600 a day. That's a good wage. $3,000 a week.
also cut the workday down from 9 hours to 8 hours. But it was not charity. In realizing that the assembly line was going to be boring, repetitive, and mind-numbing, Ford offered his workforce a choice. Yes, the job sucks, sure, but you're gonna hate leaving it even more. And to his credit, this worked incredibly well. Crowds of thousands showed up outside the Highland Park plant when the $5 announcement was made, and it was rumored that some even started rioting, jockeying for position just to try to get one of the jobs. So suddenly a job that used to make people quit was now making men line up in droves down the block and around the corner just to try to get one of the positions. And turnover.
I wonder, I know we get a bad rep as millennials and further on that we're just too lazy. We're not getting the equivalent of $600 a day. We're getting the equivalent of, well, if $5 is $5 an hour, 8 hours, $40 a day is $600 today. Let me get my handy dandy. So average, let's go with the wild harebrained $15 an hour that they want to, that the lefties want to get paid for working at McDonald's. Yeah, we're getting 15 times less. So essentially, in terms of modern wages, $15 an hour back, or our equivalent of $15 an hour back in the 1915, 1910, or 20s would be $1 an hour. I would bet you that if you started a factory and said, yeah, you're going to make $600 a day, you'd have every millennial and every Gen Z lining up for a boring ass job.
Rates dropped from 350% or higher to around 20% just 18 months later. I bring all this up to say that the philosophy of paying an incredibly high wage, well, yes, it wasn't for charity, also wasn't entirely for greed or profit either. You see, Ford had a deeper social vision for his company and his employees. And it is directly as a result of this social philosophy that the Michigan Supreme Court ruled against him in Ford versus Dodge. Now, consider this. You might look at the $5 a day thing and think, wow, that's pretty incredible. And to his credit, it was. But
Okay,
Ford's vision
$5 a day. Oh, that's even worse. So $5 a day is the equivalent of $600 a day now. Ugh. And divided by multiplied by 0.00083. Oh, too many zeros. Oof. So our equivalent of $15 an hour would be 12 cents an hour back in 1920.
vision for his company and his employees wasn't just to reduce turnover and pay workers a little bit more. No, instead, Ford wanted a stable, disciplined, Americanized workforce that could survive the assembly lines and be willing to buy into his system, and maybe perhaps even buy one of his cars, which many of them did. But the $5 a day wasn't just a simple wage raise with no questions asked. To receive the full benefit, a worker had to satisfy that they were living the right kind of lifestyle as determined by the Ford Sociological Department. Yes, you heard that right. Ford had what was called the Sociological Department, and it was sort of like a moral audit bureau for Ford employees. So a person couldn't just work for Ford, they had to be the right kind of person.
I would pay top dollar for the right.
And while this is pretty shocking to us today in our morally bankrupt laissez-faire society, I think Ford gets overly criticized for this because it represents forced adherence to a kind of social status quo. And to be frank, no doubt Ford was definitely a bit of an odd guy, and the practice of having a sociological department to check in on your employees is definitely unorthodox.
Yeah, and it also kept them from doing stupid shit like labor unions. Because those have worked out spectacularly for everybody. No, they're just another set of parasites on the worker's dollar. Taxes and labor dues, or union dues, ever shrinking your paycheck. Or what?
But it wasn't like he held anyone at gunpoint and made them walk into his factory or stand in lines by the thousands just to try to get a job there. And it wasn't as if he had some state control over how all the people in Detroit or in the state of Michigan lived. You chose to work for him. And whether you chose to work for him or not was your choice. And because I can already hear in the comments that Ford plant workers were helpless immigrants who had no control over their circumstances and were forced to work for Ford, I'll just give you a personal anecdote. My great-grandparents were iron ore miners in Minnesota who actually pulled the ore out of the rocks that would eventually become real-deal Henry Ford steel. They came as immigrants from southeastern Europe, as many did at the time. They did the job, they earned the money, they assimilated into America, and they got the hell out of the industry. And no doubt Ford had heard this exact same story over 1,000 times because 70% of his entire workforce were foreign-born, many of whom didn't speak a lick of English. So yes, he took it upon himself to Americanize them, and he did this in many ways. And while some people choose to call this patronizing or an insult to immigrant cultures, I'll just give you a cold hard fact. It wasn't Henry Ford who was moving to a completely different country with a completely different culture because somebody else invented the moving assembly line and was paying workers $5 a day. No, that happened here in America, and it was for that purpose and the purpose of pursuing the American dream that those immigrants came over and decided and chose to work in those factories by the thousands. So
Yeah, that's a big difference between immigrants way back then and immigrants today. Immigrants back then were willing to work towards bettering their stake in life. Now it just seems that they're here to sponge off a system. And the system continuously tries to undercut itself by getting rid of industry.
So yes, checking in on employee spending habits, whether their children are attending school regularly, and whether they are living a clean, sober lifestyle by visiting their homes is a bit overbearing, but also in context, peasants from backwater Europe who were trying to escape World War I weren't just going to come over here and all of a sudden just wake up as Americanized because they decided to walk in a factory and start slapping parts together on an assembly line. Ford saw it as his responsibility to Americanize them, and thereby it was also the Ford Motor Company's responsibility to do the same. And even if you don't buy all of that and the social virtues of Americanizing foreign-born people who are now working in your factories, more practically speaking, Ford was simply protecting his investment. So while his efforts may not have been entirely philanthropic, he just made it work with what he had. Anyway, that just burns my biscuits a little bit. It's not me defending Henry Ford any more than the next person. It's just like, guys, you're not considering the circumstances at the time. Also, is our modern culture of pure hedonism somehow morally superior to what they had back then? Hell no. Either way, regardless of how you look at Ford, he believed that the company had a deeper responsibility to both the employees and to culture than simply just making as much money as possible, which was soon about to come to a head with the Dodge brothers. Remember how the Dodge brothers were taking their dividend profits and using them to start a rival car company? Well, yes, by 1915, Dodge was one of the top-selling car companies in America. And their marketing worked really well. They positioned Dodge as more powerful, sturdier, and more refined than the Model T. Yes, it was more expensive, but also it was for people who wanted something more than just the bare-bones Ford. So seeing Dodge do this with their profits, while also seeing the massive demand for his own cars, in 1916, Henry Ford decided that he would reinvest the profits of the company rather than paying them out as special dividends. And the reinvestment plan that Ford came up with was the largest manufacturing plant that had ever existed in the world up to that point, the Ford River Rouge complex.
So basically the gigafactory of the 1920s.
2,000 acres, a little over 3 square miles, with 93 buildings and over 16 million square feet of covered factory floor space capable of employing over 100,000 people. The River Rouge complex would have its own docks, over 100 miles of interior railroad, its own electrical plant, an integrated steel mill, and the complete vertical integration of everything necessary to make Ford cars.
Oh, the dream. The dream. Yes, I want a totally vertically integrated company with all the goodies to make all the goodies.
Once completed, the plant would have the astounding capability of taking raw materials and turning them into running automobiles, all without any of that material ever leaving the 3-mile footprint. Well, obviously, this was going to cost a ton of money. So in 1916, with over $60 million of accumulated cash reserves, Ford discontinued the special dividends. And unsurprisingly, the Dodge brothers sued, demanding that Ford pay them. And 3 years later, in 1919, the case landed before the Michigan Supreme Court, where they officially ruled as follows. A business corporation is organized and carried on primarily for the profit of the stockholders. The power of the directors are to be employed for that end. The discretion of the directors is to be exercised in the choice of men to attain that end and does not extend to a change in the end itself, to the reduction of profits, or to the non-distribution of profits among stockholders in order to devote them to other purposes. They ordered Ford to make a special dividend payment of $20 million of that $60 million he had directly to the shareholders. And why? Because they decided that the primary responsibility of a company is to make money for the shareholders. I've been digging through the text of this decision, and before I go any further, let me just ask you a basic question, because this is what's mind-boggling. Did the Ford River Rouge complex sound to you like a social works program? Or did it?
No. No, it did not. It sounded like awesomeness that maybe have the side benefit of a social works program.
It sound more like Ford expanding his auto empire to sell still more cars, employ more people, and make even more money for the company? Because it kind of sounds like that. It kind of sounds like that more than a social works program. So I want you to hold that context in your head for now while we examine how the court got to their ruling.
And the other thing, if this was the case, the Dodge brothers would probably shitting themselves over the fact that Ford was going to have that much more manufacturing capacity, therefore easily swamping their car company.
Because surely, if this was their ruling, that a business is primarily carried on, as in first and foremost carried on for the profit of the stockholders, then it must be based on some prior law, or at least some case law, right? No, it wasn't. In fact, the Michigan Supreme Court explicitly made it a point to review a bunch of prior law while getting to the decision that they made to sort of reassure whoever would be reading it afterwards that they understood that courts weren't supposed to make decisions like they were making. But then it swept all that aside and made a decision anyway. Here's what happened. First, they reviewed the Michigan corporate statutes.
Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. No. Keep that quiet. Here's $10,000 in 1919 money. Don't spend it all at once.
And found nothing about what Ford was doing disqualified him from withholding dividends. In English, this means that there was nothing which came from the Michigan state legislature which would have required Ford to make a dividend payment to the Dodge brothers and the other shareholders. Okay, well, that's weird. There's nothing in the actual law about it. I guess that's strike one. What about in the Ford operating charter? Was there anything in the Ford agreement between the stockholders and the owners about how the company was supposed to be run? Well, they examined that too alongside existing business law interpretations of the day, and here's what they found. Profits earned by a corporation may be divided among its shareholders, but it is not a violation of the charter if they are allowed to accumulate and remain invested in the company's business. Okay, strike two, I guess. So the court then examined situations where a court might be justified in forcing a company to pay dividends under the existing business law of the day. And here's what they found there. When the directors have refused to declare a dividend, there will be no interference by the court with their decision unless they are guilty of willful abuse or of bad faith or of a neglect of duty. Okay, I'm not getting it. And if you're not either, don't worry. Nobody is. So after examining business law, Michigan corporate statutes, and the Ford charter itself, they couldn't find anything that would have forced Ford to pay a dividend, so they then turned and examined case law. Yes, that's what we'll do. We'll examine case law. There's got to be something in case law where somebody was forced to pay, right? In cases where the power of the director of a corporation is without limitation, they are at liberty to exercise a very liberal discretion as to what disposition shall be made of the gains of the business. Their power over them is absolute as long as they act in the exercise of their honest judgment. Okay, so what did they base their logic off of? Because it's kind of starting to feel like they just legislated from the bench. Prior to the trial, in defense of his decision to withhold dividends, Henry Ford publicly said this: "My ambition is to employ still more men. to spread the benefits of this industrial system to the greatest possible number, to help them build up their lives and their homes. And to do this, we are putting the greatest share of profits back into the business. And it was from this, and from a similar sentiment that Ford laid out during questioning in the original trial, that the court decided this, and I'm paraphrasing a little bit. Mr. Ford's testimony creates the impression that he thinks the company has made too much money, and that although large profits might still be earned, sharing them with the public by reducing the price of the automobile ought to be undertaken. We have no doubt that these sentiments had a large influence on the policy not to pay dividends. But there is an obvious difference between an expense of company funds for the benefit of employees, such as building a hospital, and the general plan to benefit mankind at the expense of others. And there it is right there. That's what their logic turned on. And they viewed his decision to build the River Rouge complex and withhold the dividends as somehow changing the ends to which the corporation was designed, rather than simply changing the means by which it achieved its ends, which is insane. Remember how I said they looked at the Ford Charter? Yeah, they specifically looked at the Ford Charter and they quoted it in the case. And here's what the Ford Charter says about why the Ford Motor Company exists. The purpose of this corporation is as follows: to purchase, manufacture, and place on the market for sale automobiles and other motors and devices incidental to their construction and operation. It doesn't say to make money for shareholders. And while it's true, this is implied in the generalist sense when you're talking about a corporation. Ford was taking profit to build a facility to make and sell.
It's just along the lines of, well, Google, I think at one point had a line in their business plan, don't be evil. That didn't last long.
More automobiles, which in effect would eventually create more profit for the company, which in effect would eventually find its way back to the shareholders. I still don't know how the court legally and logically arrived at this decision, other than to say they knew that Ford could do this and still have enough money to build the factory, and forced them to pay $20 million of the $60 million cash reserves to the Dodge brothers and the rest of the stockholders. That's what actually happened in practice. And they also knew, or they at least had an idea, that if he did this without paying dividends, then he would truly have a monopoly on the car market. That's the only logical explanation I can think of how they got here.
Oh, you've got way too
regardless
much
of how you feel
faith in humanity there, Jake.
About Ford Motor Company and Henry Ford. I mean, they're just some billion-dollar company with a billionaire who made cars way back in the day, right? Like, who really cares? You see, the long-term problem wasn't that the court made Ford pay the dividend. Who cares about that? The point is that from this ruling, the court established new precedent built almost entirely off of no legal basis, and then never overruled it later down the line. And the effect of this was far greater than the effect that it had on Henry Ford or the Dodge brothers. You see, this single ruling and the single line within it that says a business corporation is organized and carried on primarily for the profit of the stockholders has been quoted more times in the history of business law, courthouses, and academia, where they actually teach people how to think about governing corporations more so than probably any other business law case ever. And over time, this idea developed into the idea of shareholder primacy, otherwise known as shareholder wealth maximization, to the point where it is now just accepted practice that whoever runs a corporation today must think about the profit of the shareholders as the first and foremost primary function for which the company is designed. After all, isn't that why we call them for-profit companies today? Anyway, if that doesn't burn your old biscuits, I don't know what quite will, but I'll just leave you with this. If you're currently at your job and you hate it, just know that one of the reasons for that, in minor part, might be because over 100 years ago, the Michigan Supreme Court arbitrarily decided the concept of shareholder primacy. But no, I'm not going to leave you with that. Come on. Also know this. Let's look at the silver lining. Henry Ford headed 2 separate companies that failed before he succeeded. The Dodge brothers grew up helping their father restore boat engines before they created one of the most successful machine shops in all of Detroit, which then became one of the most successful car companies of all time. Regardless of how they felt about Henry Ford or how he felt about them, the point is that both parties took what they had and embraced the work to get to where they wanted to be. So while it's true that sometimes you got to embrace the suck to get to where you want to be, nothing worth doing in life is really all that easy. But then again,
Yeah, embracing the suck is one thing. Extending the suck down the generational lines. The Dodge brothers were pricks. And so was that judge. A one Justice Joseph B. Ostrander, by the way. I'm going to have to do a little bit of digging into him. Because I highly suspect he either died a very wealthy man or he had some children that went to very high-end schools and were in very high-end fraternities, business organizations, etc., facilitated by the Dodge brothers.
that's not why we do it, is it? Okay, that's it. That's your dad advice for the day. That's all you're getting. Consider subscribing if you've watched more than one of these videos, or leave a comment below on other video topics you'd like to see me do. Thank you for watching all the way to the end of this video. I truly hope you have a wonderful day, and I will see you on the next one.
Or maybe I'm just a overburned cynic that's seen his family screwed over one too many times, seen his community screwed over one too many times by some useless judge. I think this calls, now that the dander's up, I think it calls for some something to relax with. Hi.
What?
The wildest machines we saw at TMTS 2026. Machine Shop Talk by the Practical Machinist. So this is over in Taiwan for a big machine shop convention. In essence.
Is Taiwan manufacturing doing differently? What is the secret sauce that's creating incredible leaps forward in machining technology while also managing to compete on a global stage? What makes this vibrant, small island nation able to maintain its position at the forefront of global technology? In search of answers, we travel to Taichung, Taiwan. Taichung is Taiwan's second largest city, clocking in at 2.8 million people, with a density of around 1,200 people per square kilometer.
Right.
It's also one of the fastest growing cities, with much of that growth directly attributable to the manufacturing industry, which is something you don't commonly find in the West. This is the birthplace of the Taiwanese manufacturing sector. With a strong emphasis on manufacturing coming out in the 1950s, this area has grown to hold over 70% of Taiwan's machine tooling companies. To put a finger on the pulse of this manufacturing powerhouse, we traveled to TMTS 2026, the Taiwan International Machine Tool Show, put on by the Taiwan Machine Builders Association, or TMBA, and their partners. With over 1,800 booths and an estimated 70,000 attendees, some of the wildest machinery Taiwan has to offer was on display.
Oof, that is a big lathe.
And to begin, here are the top things that caught my eye at TMTS 2026. So this machine here is something that's very specialized for Taiwan. When you think Taiwan, what do you think of? Semiconductors. This machine is like something I've never seen before, and if you look in there, that's actually a silicon carbide wafer that they use for semiconductor manufacturing. Now,
silicon carbide wafer. So that's not going to be logic. That's going to be probably power chips. So things like in not transistors, MOSFETs, which are very vital for running brushless DC motors. Pretty much anything that drives power through it.
Now what this is, it's kind of like a sync EDM or an EDM drill, but they call it an EDM mill. So what that's doing is it uses a tiny, tiny wire to go in and essentially put these tiny little holes into that wafer. That wafer is, I believe, 10 millimeters thick, and they used to do it with drills when they did this kind of process. What's crazy is one of those used to take 15 days to machine.
Oof.
With this process, they're doing them in half an hour.
That is a huge drop in time. Like I can understand it because silicon carbide is hard as all get out. It's up there in terms of hardness. Not quite like machining a diamond, but probably one step below sapphire.
Kind of stuff that you probably won't see at other trade shows around the world because it's very specialized for the Taiwan market. But there's tons of stuff like this here that I've just never seen before. Now, one thing that's cool about this as well, if you look, you can see that tiny little electrode in there. What happens is that's a consumable. It's much like a wire EDM that once it gets burnt, it does wear out. But that container up on the top there actually contains another 32 wires. Now, because of that, when that thing runs out and it tool changes, it can tool change additional canisters of those wires on there. So this thing can actually run for days or even weeks in some cases, completely unattended. The last thing I want to point out about this machine is if you look, kind of like those phone booth style machines that I have, this has nothing on either side. It's completely square. The reason they do that is the chip fabs around here, they don't have one of these. They have 10, 15, 20 of them all in a row.
Gang for scale. And probably at that stage of a product, they are running 10 to 15 of the same thing through. Yeah, so silicon carbide is used in high performance car brakes, ceramic plates in bulletproof vests. It's used as an abrasive. Really good at, oh, it's used as an abrasive to cut tungsten carbide. So it's, or no, yeah, it's off very hard material. And when you're doing it, trying to drill into it with dainty little drills, it can take a long time.
And then they have automation to go and reload them all. So you're getting like true lights out manufacturing. This is what sets that Taiwan semiconductor manufacturing apart from anything else in the world. These are some of the coolest machines that I've found at the show 2 years running. They're small footprint, but they have some really, really crazy features that you don't see on other machines. Every machine here has the thermal stability, so it has automatic thermal comp in every machine. That's not an option.
So that means that as it runs, machining material is very, it's energy intensive, and a lot of the energy is pumped into and as your work material heats up, it bleeds off heat into the surrounding machine material, and everything heats up and expands. Thermal stability is you design the machine in such a way that as it expands, it doesn't lose accuracy. So 5 micrometers. That's, I think, 0.0005 of a millimeter. I'm not quite sure. I don't usually work at that scale.
Comes standard on all of them. They are loaded with a lot of premium features that you would typically only find on a machine that's worth 3 times the price. And I've seen these things do some crazy heavy cuts. They stand up to them absolutely all day. I think these are one of the hidden gems coming out of Taiwan that not enough people know about and not enough people are talking about.
I wonder how much
This
they
setup
cost.
behind me is really cool. So this is a 5-axis trunnion. I haven't seen a lot of setups like this before. So not only are you getting a really cool machine, this is something that I'd actually never seen. So I'm learning something while I'm taking a peek at it. On the left here, you can see the first operation where it's starting with its raw stock. So that's doing its setup, putting in the dovetail, getting it ready to go over to the 5-axis pipe. In the center, you can see where that's actually got the full 5-axis capability. So it's got the A drive in there as well. Then on the third op, you can see that's where it's decking off the excess material. Really cool setup, real world, something I haven't seen before. So this is the Terra 40V. This is the one I saw doing some crazy fast cutting last time. This thing's going at 20,000 millimeters per minute.
Ooh.
It's about 784 inches per minute. It comes with a 15,000 RPM spindle. And
So 740 inches per minute. 61 feet per minute. So 10 tall guys in a very short amount of time.
you can see, this is one of the craziest live cutting demos I've seen anywhere. This is probably the best example of live cutting going on at the show. I can't walk by it without stopping and taking a peek. Now, the reason why these are so interesting to me is this kind of breaks the conception that I might have had a couple years ago about what a Taiwan machine is. You know, you associate it with lower cost, so you think lower performance. This is the best example I've ever seen of how that's 100% not the case. Now this one's really cool. This is a lead well. So you probably know them. I know some guys who have lead wells. This is something I haven't seen before. So not only is this pinch turning right now, so pinch turning, you know, is when you're turning both sides of the part at once. The top head is actually the live spindle or the 5-axis head. So I've seen it with 2 static turrets doing it before, but this is the first time I've ever seen a live turning head doing that kind of pinch milling. The cool part about that is you could obviously switch that tool out, be turning on one side and milling on the other if you really wanted. It looks like there's also driven tool holders below, so there's a lot of cool stuff you can do with it. Another cool thing about this machine, which I haven't seen, is on the bottom there, on that bottom turret, you can see there's actually a work support there. So what that means is if you're doing heavy milling on the top, or even turning with that top head, instead of using a turning tool on the bottom, you can actually rotate that up to support it. So that bottom turret now turns into a work support that moves along with it.
And that is definitely a handy feature if you're doing very long shafting. Because as you go in with the mill, if you don't have a backing support, your shaft can flex. And even at something that looks like it's inch and, well, it's probably closer to 2 inch. That can still deflect. So if it was in the middle, can still deflect a few thou. And when you've got tolerances of less than a few thou, or in the tenths of thou, that's sorry about that. My mic just died. Yeah, when you've got deflection of a few thou and you're working a tolerance of a tenth of a thou, it's significant.
Very, very cool stuff. There's a lot of ingenuity that goes into some stuff I'm seeing here that kind of gives you a little bit of an inspiration and an idea of new stuff to do.
are these?
Now this machine blew my mind. This is like something I've never seen before. So if you know me, you know that we have made in the past tooling for multi-spindle machines, like the Hydromats, where it has a lot of rotating parts with workstations. This one is a 4-station rotary, kind of like a rotary transfer. So up at the top here, it has 2 loading spindles. So it's got 2 forward-facing chucks. And the bottom here is where it's actually doing the machining. So it's machining 2 parts simultaneously. But what makes it really cool is to pretty much make it have 0 downtime. You can see it rotates like that. So it'll machine 2 parts, rotate, so it's reloading while the other 2 are still running. And I'm told what makes this machine even more unique is since there are...
It's probably counter-rotating to keep the gyroscopic vibration down. Counter harmonics, because precision machining doesn't like vibration and chatter.
2 sides of this, the controller can actually run 2 separate programs at the same time. So you can be doing program A on the left, program B on the right, it doesn't matter. And since it's got these 2 robots up top, it can keep that thing reloading for the ultimate lights out manufacturing. What's also really cool is those look like little chucks. They can actually do up to 150 millimeter diameter part size. So you can actually do some fairly large.
So 150 millimeter would be 15 centimeters, which is about 6 inches. Yeah, about 6 inches. Little less.
Work in this. This is how companies over here are managing to compete on an international level because they're getting so much efficiency out of their machines. This one was brand new for me.
That's a big mill.
Another cool machine we found is this giant horizontal pallet changing mill. This is a Femco. One of the cool things you see here in Taiwan that you maybe don't see as often in other places, a lot of the machines here are built for ultimate utilitarian purpose. So they don't have guarding where they don't need guarding. They don't have covers for no reason. A lot of them are kind of stripped down to this really Spartan, we want to get stuff done at a price that makes sense standpoint. You can see this giant machine behind me. It's got the 2 pallets. You can see how high that head in the column is. Because of that, you can tell this can handle some really, really tall parts and also some very, very heavy parts. We got to see this one pallet change yesterday, which it's doing right now. And you can see just how much power is underneath that table to be able to bring that out there. This is something that, again, I've seen big horizontal mills, but this is kind of that special flavor that makes Taiwan manufacturing stand out a little bit. So you can see here, we've got the tool changer on the left-hand side. You can see it's got a fairly large magazine. It looks like it takes Cat 50 tool holders. And you can see when it's moving in here, that thing has an absolutely massive range of motion. Here,
yeah, that thing is, that's a big boy. I kind of want to see what the biggest material that will go through one of those is. Or like just the kind of parts they're making with it. Probably something to do with shipping. Big or pillow blocks for engine shafting or something.
you can see it's going to go simulate doing an internal boring operation. You can see that that head is actually turning off center. So that spindle can actually move a certain degree. So if you're doing line boring or any kind of horizontal boring, you can expand that and offset it as much as you want. It's a pretty cool workaround for that mill turn experience on what essentially is a giant horizontal mill.
Big tools, little tools.
Now, one thing you see a lot of here, because semiconductor and electronics manufacturing is such a huge industry here, a lot of these machines are really driven towards doing tiny, tiny parts. You can see that drill in there. I think it's about 10 thou at most diameter. Oof. That thing is designed to put those tiny little IC holes in for test plates for components for computers, quantum computers, silicon.
So 10 thou is like, well, your fingernail is probably around like 20 thou. Maybe 30 thou, 50 thou if you've got some particularly thick ones.
Chip manufacturing. They do it here so well because they build the machines to do it like nobody else. If it was such a huge industry where you are, it makes perfect sense. There's a lot of this really specialized equipment here. Now this machine caught my eye. This thing's crazy. This is a YCM GX85. This is a full 5-axis milling center. And yes, the table is huge. The machine is super capable. But what's really cool that I haven't seen elsewhere is everybody talks about AI. It's a massive buzzword right now. Everybody's trying to fit it in where it makes sense. This is actually one of the first cases where I've actually seen that make sense. Everybody knows about conversational program. You can talk to the machine and it makes you a program. These actually have a conversational AI. So I can voice activate things in the control.
And behind them looks like a grok animation.
You can talk to the machine and it makes you a program. These actually have a conversational AI. So I can voice activate things in the controller while I'm doing something in the machine.
Wow, that's some Iron Man level stuff right there. Walk in your machine shop and tell Jarvis, fire everything up and make me this.
Call up programs, I can tell it to change tools. It's something I haven't seen before, and I think we're gonna see more and more of this as the years go on with all the AI software as it matures, getting integrated into the machines. And that's a big theme here at YCM. From data collection on your machine, spindle line uptime, predictive maintenance, so it'll tell you how often based on what you're doing in the machine, you should be changing things as opposed to a standard which may not apply to you. It's the kind of stuff we're gonna see happening more and more, and I think it's interesting even if it's still a maturing field.
Digital twin.
So to piggyback on that AI concept here, that's a huge theme of the show.
Manufacturing operations management. Mom. Well, they're keeping her simple.
How do they integrate this kind of machine learning into machining? It sounds like it should be simple, but finding in a way where it's a real practical use case is obviously what everybody's trying to solve. And here at YCM, they've definitely found some integrations that actually make sense for job shops and production shops. From shop floor reporting, so it will pull everything your machine is doing, put it in a spreadsheet, and allow you to analyze it so you can see where your improvements can be made, all the way to digital twin technology, so you can optimize all your programs offline before they even touch a machine.
Which that's another super handy thing. Being able to have your machine in your computer so you can figure everything out in your CAM software before you put it into your actual machine and make your first part. Yeah, there's going to be discrepancies largely due to stuff like setup and like sticking your material into the work holding. But any time you can refine things down as much as possible, that'll save you time and headaches.
So you're not wasting time, not making chips, all the way to the smart programming. So this is that AI-enabled, augmented programming in order to make the machine more efficient because the program's more efficient. As time goes on, this is where I think we're gonna see a real fit for AI when it comes to machining, and it's cool to see the forefront of that here really on display at YCM.
Not sure what the flowers are about. They are pretty though.
Now, one thing that is unique to Taiwan trade shows, you'll see these giant stands of flowers everywhere. And what they are is it's a well wish and a good luck charm that they kind of give to each other, whether it's vendors, buyers, and you can tell by the more flowers there are at a booth, the more well wishers they have. And here at eTech, you might know them as SuperTech in the US, they are probably the booth with the most flowers here. And of course, they make locally made grinders right here in Taiwan.
The one thing I kept noticing again and again here was that every company here producing in Taiwan had one goal in mind.
Ooh, that's a big part.
Team Taiwan. Everyone here is pulling in the same direction. Not just talking about the success of their own individual companies,
as much as furthering the national industry and continuing to put Taiwan on the map.
We are very, very close together. Because Taiwanese people, Taiwanese factory.
Yeah, well, when you got 1,200 people per square kilometer, yeah, you're very close together.
Company, well, we are a team, so we help with each other. So our industry are very, very close. So that's the reason why we can stand out in the machine tool.
I think we are work very hard, and we have teamwork. We have teamwork concept, and we love to learn each other. So we think we can work together to help other customer to have a better solution. Because everyone have their own strengths, that we need to work together.
Taichung is a very close, high density in the machine, in a high precision machine.
And this is the birthplace of Taiwanese machining.
Not only that it's on a super high level,
Titan.
but for me it's affordable, right? I think we both come from the job shop world, and you know, people keep stacking, and as you stack up technologies and as you actually create these monster machines, they actually cost a lot of money.
They do.
You know? And in America, Canada, right? But it's like we need to get the prices down on the tools that we buy so we can actually quote,
Okay, I didn't realize Practical Machinist was out of Canada. I'll have to keep that in mind.
in a global market and stuff. So I think for us, we want to make sure that we have a beginning solution for starting a shop, so anyone can start a shop and have kind of like that mid-range, you know, that kind of 80% range right there. And I think YCM actually pops right in there.
I think that's one of the biggest misconceptions that people maybe still hold about Taiwanese manufacturing is it's cheap, it's low quality, it's going to fall apart. You know, you're getting what you pay for. From what I've seen, it seems to be one of the biggest bangs for your buck in terms of force multiplier. You can spend $100,000 in place A, or if you spend $100,000 here, the level of machine you're getting for that is leaps and bounds.
Taiwan is basically what Ford was trying to do with his company. Vertical integrate. Okay, I don't know how much vertical integration Taiwan has for raw materials because they're kind of a small island. But in terms of being able to make everything, they definitely maximize the value of the materials they do have to import. And they've focused on making a superior product for an affordable price. And that's to their benefit. It's just we have this, it's this mentality of, it's cheap, therefore it's shit. When in reality, it's just good product produced on a good timeline at the lowest possible dollar figure.
Above. It's like we were looking at, you know, we looked at Japanese and German machines and Korean machines and different things, and then we talk about Haas, and I started with a Haas, but like these machines are now priced under Haas. You know what I mean?
Ooh.
And so they're so affordable.
And that's saying something, because Haas is like the relatively cheap. They're not the cheapest, but they're relatively cheap in terms of what they are. I think stuff I was pricing out, I couldn't get nearly as many features on a Haas as I could on a Tormach, but a Haas was generally a bigger machine. And they started at $65,000, and they went up from there in a hurry. So I think I'll be looking more into the Taiwanese manufacturers going forward. I do really want a Tormach, but maybe I can get something better than a Tormach at a relatively decent price.
But they're rock solid. They're built like a Japanese machine.
Taiwan is unique in the places I've been fortunate enough to visit and check out the manufacturing scene, because they don't see manufacturing as an industry in decline or something to rebuild. They see it as...
Of course not. They're not offshore in all their manufacturing. Unlike the dipshits in North America. in Europe.
Is the lifeblood of their economy. And with everyone pulling in the same direction, I think we'll be seeing a lot more to come from Team Taiwan. If you get the chance, make sure you get over there for the next TMTS.
Ooh, that'd be like the SHOT Show of manufacturing. Too bad it's way too close to West Taiwan for my comfort. Okay. Well, I will put up the links into the chat. And I think, well, I will call this a night. If there was more than 2 of you on board, if there was 5 of you on board, I'd take you over to and drop you off at Leaflet, but there is only 1 of you now. So, this is Machinist M. Wishing you all a good night or good day, depending where you're at. Hope to see you on the next stream. VODs will be uploaded to YouTube. Come join me over there at Machinist M. Like and subscribe. All that stuff. And hope to see you next time. For sure, stream is on Thursdays at 8 p.m. Pacific. And I try and stream at least once or twice between then and... yeah, between then. So, everybody, have a good night.